All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case BC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will begin the testimony of witness 03540. I note that the accused are present in court, but for Mr. Krasniqi, who is attending via video link, before I invite the witness into the room, there are a few housekeeping matters that I wish to address. First, and I guess once again, the panel is concerned about the current pace of the in-court testimony, given the target for the end of the SBO case in April of 2025. I did a little rough math the other day. We've been in court about 120 hours. We've seen by the end of this week, and that would be approximately 10 witnesses, or 12 hours per witness. You can do the math as to projecting that out and extrapolating it, but we aren't going to get there at this pace. The panel wishes to remind counsel that in the interest of saving time, it is not necessary to question witnesses extensively on matters that are not in dispute. The panel considers that the SBO could considerably reduce the time needed for testimony in chief on this basis. The panel also notes that the defense has spent a not insignificant amount of time cross-examining witnesses on peripherally relevant issues or matters that do not appear to be in dispute between the parties. Rule 154 is specifically created in order to help reduce the time taken for direct examination, and yet we spend hours sometimes on a 154 witness. We need to change that. The court can change it or the SBO can change it, but we don't need to hear that testimony twice. Believe it or not, we have read those statements and we know what they say. And to ask the question again of the witness once we already have had it in the written statement really doesn't do much good. The ability to secure for the accused a trial without undue delay depends on the efforts of all, and so far the panel considers that all parties could do better to achieve that end. Moreover, during the current block of witnesses, the panel notes that the time estimates for cross-examination given by the defense were considerably inflated, and this presented challenges to the SPO without making any excuses for the SPO, but it is a challenge in scheduling witnesses and ultimately contributing to the loss of valuable courtroom time. The panel therefore orders the defense to reassess the time estimates already given for the remaining witnesses and to be prepared to provide more accurate estimates in tomorrow's hearing. The panel also expects that any reduction in cross-examination estimates should be brought to the attention of the panel and the SPO without delay when such an assessment is made. That's for witnesses 03540, 3811, 4337, 4290, and 4746. This concludes the panel's first oral order. Second, the panel has before it a joint application of the Thaçi Vaseli, and Krasniqi defense for an extension of time to seek leave to appeal two decisions. That application is F01612, and it was filed last Friday afternoon and distributed after 5 p.m. I note that one of the relevant deadlines falls today. In the interest of expediency, I would invite those who are not party to the application to indicate now whether you would oppose the requested extension, starting with the SPO.
Your Honors, we differ in this regard to the panel whether the extension is necessary and appropriate, but we would like to echo what Your Honor has just said, that in relation especially to the filing 1596, the deadline is today and the extension was just sought last Friday, so very, very late. Thank you.
We've nothing to say. Thank you, Your Honor.
We evidently don't oppose the application, Your Honor. No. We don't oppose the application, no, Your Honor.
We will quickly deliberate on the merits of the application. The extension is granted to the 26th of this month at 4 p.m. The panel rules that there is good cause given the length and complexity of the impugned decisions and the lack of prejudice that would be caused by the SPO for a limited extension of the deadline to seek leave to appeal. This concludes the panel's second oral order. Third, and finally, there is a matter regarding protective measures that I will explain in private session. Madam Court Officer, please take us into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Witness, we are ready to begin your testimony. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then counsel for victims. Once they are done, the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel may also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimates 2 hours for their questions. Victims' counsel estimates that he will take approximately 15 minutes for questions. At the moment, the defense estimates that it will need 8 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope the counsel will be judicious in their use of time. The panel may allow redirect examination by the SBO if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask. Counsel can repeat the question at your request. And if you need to, tell them that you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge or facts and circumstances that you will be asked for. In the event that you are asked by SBO to attest to some corrections made during your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. If you feel you need to take breaks at any time, please make an indication and the accommodation for that break will be made. We begin with the questions from the SBO. They are over here on this side, so you may give them your answers. Mr. Prosecutor, you may begin.
Your Honors, could we briefly move into private session to take very briefly personal details of this witness?
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session now.
Witness, in the past you gave several statements to various authorities. I will now call up on the screen all those prior statements that the Special Prosecutor's Office intends to tender into evidence. Please follow on the screen. Your Honors, I will first call up the various statements and then we'll proceed with the formalities under Rule 154. Could you please call up SPOE 00123 186 to 0012318 red. This is an English version. And next to it, it's Serbian version for the witness, which is SPOE 001 23186 to 001 23218 red ST. It is a Serbian version. No? So let's put the Albanian then. Thank you. Witness, the first statement that the SPO intends to tender into evidence is the transcript of your testimony given before the investigating judge of the District Court of Pristina in case of Lativ Gashi Italia, and it's dated 23rd and 26th of March 2002, number HAP number 65/2002, ERNs SPOE 001233186 to 001232118 red, it's English. Albanian would be SPOE 0012322 to 001232251 red. So this is Albanian. You can also find those statements in Serbian language in the binder that you have before you under tab number 1. Witness, please look at the first page that you have before you on the screen. Do you recognize this statement?
Samo jedno pitanje.
Just one question. I don't know, as I have two statements here.
There is a signature on the at the bottom of it.
So, I apologize to interrupt. I just wonder if it might be more helpful to have the Serbian on the screen, or to confirm whether the witness speaks either Albanian. We understand that he doesn't speak English.
Yes, we believe we have added that to the presentation queue, but it is being signaled to me that it's not in the presentation queue. So the witness has got the Serbian statement before him in the binder.
Sorry, that's fine. Maybe we can just direct him to the binder rather than to the screen, because I understand the screen is not going to be helpful, or confirm
All right.
whether it is or not.
Just proceed.
Yes. Witness, take a look at this statement.
Moj
and
potpis.
This is my signature.
the bottom of this page that you have in front of you. Is that correct?
To sam ja potpisao, moje.
I signed that. It's my statement.
Could we move to page 27 of the English version of this statement, to page SPOE 001232212? Do you recognize any signatures on this page, witness?
Jeste.
Yes, I do.
Did you give that statement?
Da.
Yes.
We can take it from the screen. Could we instead put on the screen the next statement, which is SPOE 0011 9959 to 00119975 red. This is English version. And on the screen on the left-hand side, please put the Serbian version. I hope it's in the presentation queue. The same number, but with the ending ST, red. If not, let the witness refer to tab 1 in the binder in front of him. tab 2, sorry. This is tab number 2. Witness, this is the transcript that you have in front of you and also in the binder under tab 2 of the testimony that you gave before the trial panel of the District Court of Pristina. Witness, this is the transcript of the testimony you gave before the District Court of Pristina in the case against Latif Gashi et alia, and it's dated 9th of June 2003. My question is, did you give that statement?
Da.
Yes.
We can remove it from the screens. Could I please now have another statement under SPOE 0008755 to 00087560 read? This is an English version. Witness, before you, under tab 3, you should have its Serbian version. Please take a look at it. The relevant pages in English transcript would be SPOE 00087535 to SPOE 00087554. If you could please show it. Mr. Witness, take a look at the screen at the name and surname, and also at the document you have before you. We also have the Albanian version of it. I'm going to read it for the record. It's SPOE 00087525 to SPOE 00087560-AT read, and the relevant pages would be SPOE 00087535 to SPOE 00087554-AT.
Da.
Did you give this?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. We could remove these statements from the screen. Can I please now have 070629-TR parts 1 and 2 revised ET read English? Let's go to part 1 first. And in Serbian, the same number, but without the hyphen ET, also part 1. Witness could go to tab number 4. Witness, this is the statement that we intend to tender into evidence, and this is the transcript of the SPO interview dated 4th of December 2019. For the record, 070629-TR, part 1 and 2 revised ET read. This is English. For Serbian, the same number, also parts 1 and 2 revised, read. And for Albanian, 070629-TR, also parts 1, part 2 revised, ET-AT read. This is Albanian version. If you take a look at the first page, did you give also that statement, witness?
Da.
Yes.
Witness, during the recent witness preparation meeting that we had last Thursday and Friday, were you given an opportunity to review all those prior statements?
Da.
Yes.
Preparation session, you gave some clarifications to those statements, right?
Da.
Yes.
Clarifications reflected in a note that was read back to you at the end of the preparation session that we had on Friday?
Da.
Yes.
That what was read back to you in the note reflected your clarifications fully and accurately?
Da.
Yes.
Subject to the clarifications provided in the preparation note, do your written statements, as I listed them earlier, accurately reflect your evidence and what you would say if you were asked again the same questions in court?
Da.
Yes.
Your Honors, the SPO would tender at this point the prior statements of the witness pursuant to Rule 154 as identified on the record, together with their Albanian and Serbian versions. They are on the presentation queue, Your Honors. With these statements, I'm also tendering associated exhibits, which are as follows. First, a redacted version of the medical records of witness W03540 between 30th of September 1998 and 4th of November 1999. And they are under the following ERN numbers. For English, we don't have to put them on the screen. For English, it would be SPOE 002092223 to 002092444 red. For Serbian, SPOE 0020209, sorry, again, SPOE 002092245 to 002092265 red. And for Albanian version of these documents, SPOE 00209199 to 002092222 red. Another associated exhibit would be a redacted version of the KLA lab operational subzone decision to release witness W03540, dated 26th of September 1998. For English, it would be U 001 to 0504 hyphen U 001 hyphen 0504 hyphen ET red. For Albanian, that would be the same number without the ET at the end. Your Honors, I would like to also tender the preparation note that we prepared on Friday. This note is dated 16th of June 2003, and this note contains clarifications that the witness gave to all his prior statements and some other relevant documentation, and it's under the ERN 113598113 It's not still the legal workflow, but it should be there within minutes, Your Honors. Your Honor, that concludes the Rule 154 procedure.
No objection to them.
No objections, but we would just say that we wouldn't object either to adding the Serbian version to the presentation queue at a convenient moment, as I think it will serve everyone's interest. It doesn't need to be done right now, but at a moment.
I would agree. I believe that it's appropriate to have the Serbian translation into the queue as well, so that we have a complete record.
Yes.
Can you do that by tomorrow?
Your Honors, we will do it today. All of them are ready. All of them were properly disclosed to the defense. It was just a probably technical glitch that prevented us from uploading them.
Just so that gets completed.
Of course, Your Honors.
Any other objection, Mr. Roberts?
No objection.
Mr. Ellis? All right, the 154 statement of the associated exhibits and the preparation note as noted, and all their translations are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. Witness, I'll have some additional questions
Just a
for
second,
you.
Mr. Bekacek. Yeah, assign the numbers to them. Do you want to do that and assign them later? You ready now? Okay. She will recite the different numbers, please, the exhibit numbers.
Thank you. Witness, I have some
No, just a second. She's going to recite the numbers.
right now.
Thank you, Your Honors. So for the first statement under SPOE 00123-186, the exhibit number will be P190. The second statement under SPOE 00119959 to 00119975 red will be exhibit P191. For third statement, SPOE 00087525 to 008756 red will be exhibit P192. Fourth statement, 070629 TR Part 1 revised red will be exhibit P193.1. And part 2 of the same will be exhibit P193.2. For the associated exhibits, SPOE 00209223 to 00209244 red, and all its translations will be exhibit P194. U0010504 to U0010504. ET red and the Albanian, it will be exhibit P195. And lastly, the preparation note under ERN 113598 to 113603, it will be assigned exhibit P196 once it is in legal workflow. Thank you, Your Honors.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. You may continue now, Mr. Bekacek.
Thank you. Witness, I've got some questions for you. At the time of your arrest, on the 2nd of August 1998, in the forest of Bradash, what was your profession?
Bio sam
I was a forester, a forest keeper.
Were you part of the Serbian army or police?
Ne,
No,
Did you resist during the arrest?
ne,
no,
Did you take out your pistol at any point during that arrest?
no, they took it.
Could you please tell the court how you reacted when you saw the KLA members in that forest at the time of your arrest?
prilikom mog obilaska
While I was doing the rounds through the forest, at the place called Dobra Voda, I heard that there was some logging going on, so I went to check out what was being done there, because that was a state forest. Dobra Voda is a big stream, and it's on the way to Kačikol. When I got there, there were all of a sudden 4 men just came out of nowhere with automatic weapons. I raised my arms, they approached me, they blindfolded me and tied my hands behind my back, while 2 of them were still busy logging out there.
pištolj su
They confiscated my pistol, those 4. They just said, raise your arms. One of them approached me and he took my pistol.
Madam Court Officer, could we now call up a document which is U001 0504, U001 0504. And unfortunately, I didn't register the court evidence number.
P195.
Yes. And also it's Albanian version under the same ERN. Your Honors, when we see this document in Albanian on our screens, we have in our possession a better version, but it's just for demonstrative purposes. Could we swap this one with a better version? I believe it's in the presentation queue, just for the witness and Your Honors to be able to see it properly.
Yes, you may.
Yes. The better version should be on the SPOE 001 23 219 to 001 23221. Let's show the first page. Shall I say it again? No? It should be SPOE 001 23219. It starts with this number. If not, we can stick with this version, no problem at all.
It's not in the presentation queue.
Witness, please take a look at the document on your left-hand side on the screen. What is this document?
Документът
This is a document that I got when they released me. They gave me this document where it says when I was arrested and when I was released. However, this document was not accepted at court. They said that this was a forgery, that I had forged this document. What it says in the document is that my official gun was taken away from me, and the pistol that I had with me, and that I had tried to shoot at members of the OVIC KLA, although I couldn't have done this, but I had to sign this document in order to be let go, released. Now, there was another document. Latif Gashi read out the document, another document to me, and asked me to sign it. But I was supposed to sign that I would never set foot on Kosovo again. The second thing that I was stating was that I hadn't been mistreated. And the third thing was that that I was supposed to sign was that I had been given back all the documents, including, except my pistol.
This document only, for a moment, if I may. Who gave you that document?
Ovaj документ ми е дал Лятив Га.
I was given this document by Latif Gashi.
Recognize any signature under this document?
Не.
No. When I got this document, it had already been signed.
Anybody who signed the document, I'm talking about whether you recognize any signature in this document. Take a look. But there are two signatures. One is on the right-hand side at the bottom, and the other one is on the left-hand side. Do you recognize any of these two signatures?
That.
Signature yours. I'm talking about your signature.
Да.
Yes.
I would like to clarify just one thing in this document. In the second paragraph, and you also have it in the binder in front of you, in the second paragraph, this document says that when the KLA soldiers told you to stop at the time of the arrest, you didn't do that, and that you drew your pistol and pointed it at them. Did that happen?
Не.
No. It wasn't even possible. Because they just appeared out of nowhere in front of me. They were about 3 meters away.
That's not what happened. Why did you decide to sign this document? Could you tell the court?
Morao sam
I had to if I wanted to be released.
документ
That's the document dated the 26th of September. That's the day when I was released.
That you were afraid at that time that if you... Let me finish the question first. Could you tell the court more precisely how did you feel when you were signing this document?
Well, I wasn't even aware enough. And when I said that if I signed that I would never set foot in Kosovo again, that I hadn't been beaten or mistreated or mock executed, that they would let me go. So then I signed it. Of course, it was my life. Why wouldn't I sign it if it meant being released?
Did you believe that you had a choice not to sign this document?
не.
No, there was no choice.
Witness, now I would like to change the topic slightly. In your testimonies in Latif Gashit Alia case that are already admitted into evidence, you testified about a co-detainee of yours in Bara and Baigora named Sabit Berisha. Did you learn from him the reason or reasons why he was detained, interrogated, and mistreated by the KLA?
Sabit Berisha
Savit Berisha told me that 3 days after they were arrested, because he had been just as badly beaten as I was, when he came to, when he regained consciousness, he said that he was purportedly, had purportedly worked with the Serbs, cooperated with the Serbs, and that some documents had been found in his possession from Belgrade documents. And that's why he was taken prisoner.
Did he tell you more precisely what documents were there?
не само
No, it was just said that it had to do with some generals from the general staff or something, that he had worked together with these generals.
Let me move to another person that was your co-detainee in Baigora, and his name was Osman Sinani, and in your testimonies you indicated that he may be killed at some point. Did you learn from Fadil Sulevic, who was another detainee, co-detainee of yours, how Osman Sinani had been killed?
я
I heard that from Fadil Suljevic that he had been beaten to death with rods or sticks because Fadil Suljevic shared a room with him. They were in the same room, the two of them, when Sinani and I were taking out to the woods for execution. Sinani was tied to one tree and I was tied to another tree. Our arms were tied. And I heard when they asked, "Are you going to admit that you had cooperated with the Serbs?" And he said no, he had never cooperated with them. He did socialize with Serbs. I knew the man from cafes because he would patron both Albanian and Serbian cafes. And then I heard the shot. Now, I can't be sure. There are two versions. One of the soldiers, and then he said, "Will you admit that you had worked with and been an agent for the police and the army?" I had never done that. I was a forester. I just kept looked after the forest. And then he shot at me, but the gun was empty. There was no bullet. He said, "We will kill you once you become as thin as a reed," which meant that after they had tortured me.
Fadil Sulevich and what he told you about how Osman Sinani was killed. So you said that he was beaten with the use of poles. Did Fadil Sulevich tell you by whom he was beaten with the poles to death?
Sulevich only told me that he was ordered to do that he always received orders from Latif Gashi, because we were under his control, under the control of Latif Gashi. There were a number of men there together, like in any army.
What Fadil Sulevich told you about the death of Osman Sinani. Let's focus only on this matter. So, did Fadil Sulevich, just to be clear, tell you who beat Osman Sinani to death with the poles? Did Fadil Sulevich told you who did that?
Vojska.
The army. As to who ordered, I can't tell you. The army killed him.
UČK.
The KLA.
When did Fadil Sulevich told you about that?
To mi
He told me after we had been taken out, perhaps a couple of days or 6 to 7 days after we had been taken out to be shot. I don't know if Fadil Sulevich was a detainee or whether he was actually some sort of undercover agent, because nobody beat him, nobody touched him, and he could talk with everyone, while we could not. I did not dare talk to anyone. If Latif Gashi came to question me, that's the only time I could talk. Or when I was put again later together with Sulevich, and he told me when we went out to the toilet, it was outdoors, and he was outside too, and he told me, and he said that that Osmani was no longer there, that he was alone.
In which site was it?
Baigora. In Baigora.
Witness, I would like to change the topic slightly. In your testimony that you gave to the ANBIC investigating judge in 2002, and I'll give reference numbers in a moment, you mentioned something about the court-martial of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And I would like to give the citations. English is going to be SPOE 00123186 to 00123218, read. On pages 20 and 21, SPOE 00123205 to SPOE 00123206. Albanian versions on the corresponding pages 23 and 24 in SPOE 001 to 3244 to SPOE 001 2 3 2 4 5. We don't need to show it on the screen. It's not necessary. Witness, in that testimony to the investigating judge, you said the following about this court-martial. Question: did you have a proper hearing in a court-martial? And your answer was, there was a court-martial there. They said that they would bring me there. We got as far as the school in Baigore. I don't know what happened. Then they brought me back. And you indicated something similar in your preparation note that we disclosed on Friday to the defense and sent also to your honors. It's paragraph 28. Did you indeed participate in any sort of a trial, court-martial, while in KLA detention? Did you or did you not?
Ne.
No.
In the preparation note and in the session that we had on Friday, you indicated that there was a moment when you were brought to the school close to the HTZ factory. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell the court?
Sjećam se. Sjećam se toga.
I remember that.
Could you tell the court what happened?
Tu su
Two soldiers took me there, to the school, and the HTZ factory is somewhere close by. They said that this was a court-martial. We entered a room. There was an elderly man who was sitting there, about 70 years of age. He said that he was a judge. They asked me why I was there. I said I didn't know. And when I told them that I didn't know, then someone hit me here at the back of my head, on my neck, and I fell down and I was no longer conscious.
Was it when you were in Bare, Baigora, and the other location?
To je bilo u Barama.
That was in Bare,
Do you remember more or less when it took place?
Pa ne mogu tačno datum, to je već.
I cannot remember the exact date. It's been 24, 25 years since then, so I cannot remember the exact date. Just that it may have been, but I can't remember. I can't remember precisely.
Just say you don't remember. Thank you. You said that you were brought before a person who was introduced to you as some sort of a judge. Did you recognize that person?
Ne.
No.
His name or nickname, perhaps?
Ne, ništa.
No, nothing.
Could you, if you remember, of course, what were you precisely accused of by this person?
Sjećam se lepo.
I remember well being accused of having worked as an agent, working for the police, the army, and so on, rather than as a forester. However, the only thing I did was work as a forester. I was guarding and keeping this forest so it wouldn't be destroyed, so it wouldn't be all logged, and such like. But they considered me to be some sort of agent of the state, rather than just a forest ranger.
Those allegations. What did you say to that?
Rekao sam da nisam bio, meni
I told him that I wasn't that. I was not interested in the army or the police. I was only interested in my job. And I was paid to guard and preserve the forest.
How long approximately did that so-called trial last?
pa nismo se razumeli, vi ste
Well, there was a misunderstanding. I think you may have asked me about the court there. And that in court we didn't.
I was not particularly clear, so my apologies. We have just discussed this situation before the so-called judge when you were in Bar, as you said. My question is about the time. How much time did that process last?
ma
Minutes?
možda minut.
Perhaps 1 minute. Perhaps a minute and no longer. He just asked me if I had been working for the police or for the army. And I said, no, I'm a forester. And then somebody hit me here with an automatic rifle butt, and I fell down and I was unconscious, and that was the end.
Let me now move on to another topic. I believe earlier on today you mentioned a person named Latif Gashi, correct? You also mentioned him in several of your testimony that...
I don't think he answered.
What was your answer to that question? Again, the question was, I believe that today, earlier on, you mentioned the person named Latif Gashi, correct? That was my question. What is your answer to that?
Da.
Yes. Correct.
Even if your answer is affirmative, but you only nod, it's not enough. So please say something, yes, no, or elaborate, okay? Instead of nodding on. Thank you. Witness, could you tell the court when was the first time when you met Latif Gashi in detention?
Da li mislite kad sam bio zarobljen?
Do you mean when I was a prisoner?
I mean exactly that.
Latif Gašija sam
I first learned about Latif Gashi later in Bare, 3 days later, when Sebi Fadil, Berisha, when Berisha came to, he told me that he had also been as badly beaten up by Latif Gashi as I was. He was in charge of the two of us.
Talking about Sabit Berisha, I called it any of yours.
Sabit Berisha.
Sabit Berisha.
Beriši.
Yes, I'm talking about him.
I just said that Sabit Berisha told you about it when we came to or regained his consciousness. Regained his consciousness from what?
Nakon njegove
After he had been beaten up, they brought him there unconscious and threw him in next to me, and they told him, "Here's a Serbian brother of yours."
Mission was it?
u Barama.
In Bare, on the 21st of August.
The first time you heard the name of Latif Gashi was when, in Bara, after the beating of Sabit Berisha, he regained consciousness and told you about that name. Is that correct? Is that what you are saying?
Da.
Yes. Yes.
Did anybody else, during your detention time, apart from Sabit Berisha, tell you that that person's name was Latif Gashi.
To sam poslije saznal.
I learned that later. When from Bare, they transported us to Bajgora, and Fadil Suljević told me that, because Fadil Suljević knew everyone. He used to work in the DB in Pristina.
Tell you about Latif Gashi and his position.
Rekao mi je da je
He told me that he was an officer in the army. Why he had beat me up so badly when I had done nothing wrong? I was only a forester.
Witness, before your time in detention in Bare Bajgora, Lupć, had you met at any moment Latif Gashi?
ne znam, uvek kad su mi
I don't know. Each time when they took me out, I was blindfolded.
In detention, I'm talking about the time I'm talking about any time prior to detention. So prior to detention time, had you ever met Latif Gashi?
ne mogu da znam zato što
No, I couldn't know because I was blindfolded every time. But later on, I could judge by the voice that it was always Latif Gashi who was questioning me.
Hamdi Gaši
Hamdi Gashi is the uncle of Latif Gashi.
on je
Now, whether Fadil was also taken prisoner or was just put among us so that he would question us, that's something I could not really confirm.
Did at any point Fadil Gashi tell you about the fact that Latif Gashi was a commander?
Da.
Yes,
Fadil Suljević tell you about it?
U Bajgori.
in Baigora.
Mentioned an incident in which, as you said, 6 Albanians, 6 persons were taken on the order of Latif Gashi. Could you tell the court more about that occasion, that situation?
Kad ja nisam znao gde su
I didn't know where they had taken them, but later on, Suljević told me that they were taken to dig the ground for bunkers in the woods.
Come back to that situation for a brief moment. So, did you see Latif Gashi giving any orders in relation to that situation?
on je naredio
He ordered a couple of soldiers who were there to take these men to the woods so they would do the digging there for the bunkers. Latif Gashi ordered that to those troops, and they escorted them there. They took them there, and in the evening they brought them back to the room.
See yourself Latif Gashi giving that order to those KLA soldiers to escort those civilians to dig the bunkers. Did you see that yourself?
tu su u istoj sobi.
They were there in the same room, in the room where we lay. That was where he gave them the orders. I didn't know what he had ordered, but Suljević interpreted that for me, that they would be going to do the digging for bunkers. And as I had been badly beaten, I couldn't do it. Berisha and myself couldn't go to dig ground for the bunkers. We had been so badly beaten that we couldn't go. And Berisha Sinani also interpreted that for me, namely that they had gone to dig the ground for bunkers.
When Latif Gashi gave that order, is that what you are saying?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Thank you. Could you answer this question? So you were present when Latif Gashi gave that order, is that correct?
Tačno je u istoj sobi.
Correct, in the same room. Where we lay, that was where he gave the orders.
In your testimonies that you gave before the courts in 2002, 3, and 9, you testified that you were yourself beaten by Latif Gashi. Is that correct?
It is correct that he gave orders to that effect, and as I was blindfolded, he may have beaten me. I can never... These are two versions. I know that he did give orders because he was in charge, and perhaps he may have beat me up on some occasion, but I think that on the 21st he was also involved in the beating in August, when I was quite badly beaten up, and Berisha, in the evening, we had been so badly beaten up that I think he had been beaten up on the same occasion too.
Latif Gashi giving orders to beat you. Did you hear that?
Ne, ništa.
No, nothing. They just entered the room suddenly, and as we were standing I couldn't really stand, but I was on my knees, and they began to beat me here with a baton and then with rifles, and I fell down. How much and for how long we were beaten, I couldn't tell, but I did hear Latif Gashi's voice there, and I did not understand what he said because I did not know Albanian. And I know that the person came by then who said, leave him alone, I'm going to kill him, fuck his Serbian mother. And they left, he stayed there, and he just slapped my face 4 times, and then they all left. So this is what I know.
Orders to beat anybody else, apart from you.
Pa najverovatnije, pošto...
Well, most probably. He certainly did, because the 2 of us were there. With Sabit Berisha.
Your Honor, could I briefly consult with a colleague of mine? Because it seems that my system is not functioning, so I cannot communicate via the system. Your Honor, thank you very much for your patience, and my apologies for this problem.
Go ahead.
Witness, let me move to another topic. Madam Court Officer, could we have on the screen the statement, and the ERN number would be U002 3926 to U002 3928, and the English version would be on the same number with ET. Witness, if you have your binder in front of you, it should be under tab 7. Witness, please take a look at this document, the one on the left-hand side. Do you recognize this statement? Could you also please show the date to the witness? It's relevant, and the header of this document. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Ovaj dokument
I did not sign this document. No.
Document is dated 26th of September 1998, and that was the date of your release from detention. Is that correct?
tačno je da sam...
It is correct that I was released, but I did not... This document, it's not mine. I don't know who gave this.
As you can see in the top left corner, that it was issued in Podujevo. And my question is, did you meet with the Serbian police in Podujevo on that day?
Sreo sam se.
Yes, I did. But it may have been for half a minute only. I could not have given any statement. because I was so ill that I didn't give any sort of statement. On the following day, it was in the papers that I had escaped from the hands of the KLA. That was in the papers, but it had nothing to do with the truth. And this, as for this document, I did not give any kind of statement.
Could you tell the court how did you feel on that day, physically and mentally?
Pa da vam kažem,
Well, let me tell you that I almost didn't know who I was. I was in such a bad shape,
i fizički i
both physically and I could not have provided such a document to anyone, nor did I do it. I claim this with 1000% certainty. I do not know who wrote this.
We can remove this document from the screen, Madam Court Officer. I would like to put to you, witness, another statement. And could we have on the screen document number 112054 to 112058? This is a Serbian version, original, and the English translation is the same with the ET at the end. Could you put both of them on the screen? Witness, you have on the screen, on the left-hand side, the Serbian version of the document, which is the official note of an interview that took place on the 1st of October 1998. We discussed this document during our session where we met, proofing session where we met, when we met on the last Friday. Do you remember that we discussed this document? Just tell me whether you remember that we discussed this particular document.
da.
Yes.
Witness, this document is dated, as I said, 1st of October 1998, and it was 6 days after your release from the Calais detention. Could you tell the court how you felt on that day, 1st of October 1998? Did you feel the same as you described just a few minutes ago?
Vrlo teško sam se osjećao.
I felt very bad, and I may have left certain things out because I was in such a bad condition at the time and also very agitated. So perhaps I couldn't have said everything. I could not remember also. For another month or so, I could not even discuss this with my own family, my children and my wife.
Do you perhaps remember whether around that time you were taken to any medical facility?
Jeste vodili.
Yes, they did take me to medical institutions.
Institution was it?
To je bilo u Prokuplju.
It was the hospital in Prokuplje.
Vodili su me na nervnoj.
They took me for an examination of my nervous system.
This statement is dated 1st of October 1998. Do you remember, I'm talking about around that time, do you remember how many days after or when you were taken to that medical institution? Was it still in October?
Ne mogu da se...
I can't quite remember, but I do know that it wasn't much later after they released me.
Madam Court Officer, could we, on this, using this document, scroll down to the last page of this document in both versions, 112058. I believe this is the page number. Witness, this is the last page of the note, and under Roman number 5, this note says the following. You can read it for yourself, but I will also read it for you. I quote, "It is clear that the source is still suffering from a nervous breakdown and has serious rib and kidney injuries. He still cannot believe that he has been released." Does that part reflect the way you felt on that day?
Nisam vas razumio.
I didn't understand you. Could you please repeat your question?
Maybe, Your Honors, I'll read it again because maybe the witness was distracted. So don't look at the screen before you, but listen to the interpretation in your headphones, please. In that note, from the 1st of October 1998, there is a certain passage about you under Roman number 5, which says about you, "It is clear that he is still suffering from a nervous breakdown and he has serious rib and kidney injuries. He still cannot believe that he has been released." Does that part reflect the way you felt on that day?
Da, to je...
Yes, that is a pretty good description.
You're in a very quick moment of a consultation with my colleague, very brief. Thank you for your patience. I don't have too many questions. Witness, my last question with regard to this document. In that statement, given, as I said, on the 1st of October 1998, you did not mention the name of Latif Gashi. You didn't mention also the name of other commander whose name is Nureddin Ibishi. Why didn't you mention that? Could you tell the court?
Pa tada...
Well, when I provided this statement, I had already forgotten a lot. And I was still not fully aware. I had undergone a lot of medical treatment. And then later, when I recovered a little, then I knew of the commander.
You said that you forgot. Could you clarify to the court what was precisely the reason why you did not mention those names? You mentioned physical ailments, psychological ailments. Was it because of that or for some other reasons that you did not mention the names of Latif Gashi and Nureddin Ibishi in your statement?
That was a major reason, my illness. Because of my illness, I could not mention either Latif Gashi or Nureddin Ibishi.
Officer can take the document from the screen, and I would like to put on the screen a document, ERN 113511 to 113522. This is the Serbian version. And on the right-hand side, the same document with ET, English translation of it. This is fine. We don't have to show it if there is, if you don't have it. Witness, last Thursday, 15th of June, you gave the SPO the medical documentation that you brought with you from Serbia. Do you remember that?
Sećam.
I remember.
What was this documentation that you gave us on Thursday? Briefly.
To je sudska...
I provided a forensic report from the Forensic Institute at Niš that was requested by the...
By whom?
Could the witness please be asked to repeat the last part of his... This was requested by the Prosecutor court, the forensic report, whether I was capable or not, and what my condition was.
In general terms, was that documentation about your physical condition?
Jeste.
Yes, my physical condition, that's what, and my health condition.
Mental or psychological condition?
Jeste.
Yes.
Does that documentation relate to the detention and mistreatment of yours by the KLA in 1998?
Da.
Yes.
The documentation says in 3 occasions, in 3 places, when you read it, that you were hospitalized 3 times for psychological problems in the Department of Neuropsychiatry of the Prokuplje Medical Center. Is that correct?
Tačno je.
That's correct.
Review this documentation in general terms. It speaks about also physical problems, including broken rib, pain and stiffness in the lower back, problems with kidney, urinary problems. Were these ailments mentioned in that documentation related to your time in KLA detention?
Da.
Yes.
Your Honors, I would like to seek admission of this documentation into evidence. We believe it's relevant. It has been authenticated by the witness. It has probative value and also is of a corroborative and cumulative nature in relation to other evidence.
It can be marked for identification, but until we have a translation, we'll withhold.
Of course. The translation is ready, Your Honors, and I believe it was disclosed already to the defense. It's just an issue that we don't have it in the presentation queue, another technical glitch for which I can only apologize. But it's, of course,
As soon as
ready.
we've seen it, we'll make a ruling on it.
Of course, Your Honors. Thank you very much. Let me now move on to the last topic of today's examination in chief. Could we put on the screen a document SITF 00243117, SITF 00243117 ET. So this is an English version of this document. The Albanian version would be a bit bigger. The range is SITF 00243091 to 00243150, and it's going to be on page 27. We have in front of us, I believe, Serbian version and version in English, but on the left-hand side, if I could have the Albanian version, which is SITF 00243091 to 00243150. It's a bigger document. Yes. And page 27. Exactly, this is the document that I need. Thank you so much. Witness, in front of you, you have a document in Albanian on the left-hand side and English on the right-hand side. In your binder, you have it also under tab number 11. I don't want to talk about this document extensively. However, could you tell me whether your particulars indicated there are correct? I'm going to ask you questions about it. Is your name, second name, and surname correct there? Excuse me, perhaps could you have the assistance to the witness? Maybe he could open the binder. He will have Serbian version in front of him. It's tab number 11. Witness, just look at the binder and answer my questions. Don't look at the screen. The screen is for the benefit of the court and the defense. Is your name, second name, and surname correct in the document? Take a look at the binder.
Tačno.
It's correct.
About your father's name.
Aleksandar.
It's Alexander.
Right.
Yes.
It's correct.
Place of birth correctly stated in that document.
Tačno je. Ali
It's correct. But I did not write this document.
Nationality also correctly indicated in that document.
tačno.
It's correct. I am a Serb.
To
This is an address that I had in Podujevo. That's correct. That was while I worked there.
Javor company in Podujevo, correctly stated or not?
tačno.
Correct.
Did you indeed work in Slovenia for a certain period of time as stated in that document?
Tačno je. Radio sam
That's correct. I worked for 22 years at the post office there.
There is information about Hamdi Gashi, who worked with you. Is that information correct?
tačan da je radio
It's correct that he worked with me. He was also a forester.
I understand that you yourself did not draft this document, but did you provide all this information to the KLA while you were in their detention?
Ne, toga se ja...
No, I don't recall that I provided this. They had my ID.
Give to the KLA while in detention any of your personal data.
Ne, oni su...
No, they had my ID.
This is your name, whether this is your employment, date of birth, place of birth.
Ne, ne, ne.
No, no, none of that. They didn't ask any of that.
One moment and probably I'll be done. Your Honor, this is the end of my examination in chief. Mr. Witness, thank you very much.
Thank you. The court officer had a record from your submissions, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you ready to do that now, Madam Court Officer?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I earlier assigned exhibit number P195 to associate exhibit with tendered under ERN number U0010504 to U0010504. However, that document had already previously been assigned exhibit number P167 pursuant to the bar table decision of the trial panel. Therefore, the number P195 will be assigned to the preparatory note, which was under ERN 113598 to 113603, and number P196 will be freed up to be used for the next document to be tendered by the prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Laws?
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness.
Dobro jutro.
Good morning.
As you know, because we have already met, I am the victim's counsel in this case, and I'm going to ask you just a very few questions this morning. All right?
U redu.
All right.
That you understand the procedure here, which is that the judges already have your statements and everybody has read about the things that happened to you in detention, the beatings, the mock executions, the conditions. It's all been read and understood. So I hope you understand that we're not going to need to go through that again in detail.
Ne.
No.
But I want to ask you just a few questions about the time that you spent in detention. And the first of them is this. What did it feel like to live through those 55 days detained by the KLA?
Well, first, I need to correct you. 56 days. It was very difficult. The first days I was without food. And I was kept in the woods somewhere. There was like some sort of bunker which was about 2 meters by 1 meter. I was the only one there. I lay there. I don't know where they took us for questioning. It was in some room, and I don't know because I was blindfolded. The room where I was questioned or interrogated, they all had masks on their face. So even if the blindfold was removed, I couldn't recognize anyone because they were wearing masks covering their faces, like stalking masks over their face.
So, may I just interrupt you? Sorry, and I don't mean to be rude in any way, but you heard me say that we have read about these things, and my question is not intended to make you repeat them. My question, and I'll ask it in a different way, is this. If you had to describe in just a few words how it felt to go through these things, not what happened, but how it felt to be you with these things happening to you through those 56 days.
Vrlo teško sam se osjećao.
I felt very bad. At times when I was being beaten, I wasn't even conscious. These were difficult things, and it's hard to explain them all.
Psychologically, you were asked by the prosecutor a few moments ago, how did you feel? And you said, I almost didn't know who I was, and that's page 39, line 22 of the provisional transcript. You said, I almost didn't know who I was. Can you tell us a little more about what you meant by that?
Pa samo se sjećam,
Well, all I can remember, and I remember most, the paper that I was given in order to be released, to sign that I would never again set foot in Kosovo and that I hadn't been beaten or mistreated. This was repeated 3 times by Latif Gashi to me. And if I didn't sign that I may be executed. And I signed that. And perhaps it was a big mistake to sign that, but I was in a difficult position and I wanted to live. Had I not signed it, I might have been killed, as Latif Gashi mentioned.
Thank you. You've told us about being treated in hospital for your condition, and we can see from the records that you were diagnosed with depression and with anxiety, and you were given medication to help with those conditions. Is that right?
tačno je.
That's correct, yes.
What's the position today, Mr. Witness? Do you still take medication or not?
Ne, lekovima
No. I have to take the medication and I have proof. I wouldn't be alive if I wasn't taking medication. So for as long as I live, I have to take medication because I suffer from these traumas.
We've also seen in the records, and it's SBO 002092223, we don't need to bring it up, at page 19, that you were certified by a doctor as being unfit to work as a result of what had happened to you. Is that also right?
Tačno je.
That's right.
That decision was taken in January of 2001, so many years ago now. Is the position that you have not been able to work since then?
Ne. U radnom odnosu je
No. I was never employed after I had been released because I was not fit to work anymore.
dokumenat tu.
I provided the document showing that in 1999 already I was declared unfit to work and I retired as a handicapped or unfit to work person. And I believe you do have that statement or certificate.
All the questions that I have, thank you.
All right, rather than start up with Mr. Keogh, we'll take a break now, be back at 11:30. We are in public session. Madam Usher, will you please escort the witness out?
Sorry. Your Honor, just to again notify the parties that as things stand, we will be considerably less than the 1.5 hours that we had estimated for this witness.
What
I
can you
should
make
think,
a guess?
Yeah, I should think we'll be less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Keogh?
Judge, I will be an hour, give or take, maybe a little bit more. I just probably bleed over the hour. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Roberts?
Similar to counsel for Mr. Vaselli, I think a maximum of 15 minutes at this stage, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's also coming down, Your Honor. I would have thought half an hour as things stand at the moment.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate the update.
All rise.
Be seated. We are in public session. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness in. Can you hear me, witness?
Čujem dobro.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Go ahead, Mr. Keogh.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will just call you witness, just no disrespect intended. It's just for safety purposes. As Judge Smith noted at the outset, witness, if you don't understand a question that I ask, please ask me to repeat it. And if I ask another question and you haven't finished your answer, I apologize ahead of time, but please tell me that you haven't finished your answer and that you want to answer. Okay? Do we understand each other?
Yes.
Yes.
Ask you a little bit about your arrest, witness, on the 2nd of August of 1998. And you had told us that you were in the forest as a forester working in the area of Velica Rica. Is that right, sir?
Tačno.
Right.
In fact, you were armed at the time, is that right?
Ne, ja sam,
No, every forester had a weapon, so I had a pistol too.
And by the way, how many foresters are there in that area?
11.
11.
You walk through the forest and, among other things, try to ensure that the forest itself is not illegally logged, is that right?
Da,
Yes.
Wearing a green uniform, weren't you?
da,
Yes.
Serb army uniforms are olive green, aren't they?
nisam razumio.
I have not understood the question.
You said that your uniform was green as a forester.
Zelena šuma.
Green, yes, a forester's uniform.
Serb army uniform is an olive green, isn't it?
Pa više je siva.
Well, it's more gray or olive drab. The Serbian army uniform.
Well, you've previously described it as an, well, let me read this to you. Let me just go to SPO E00123186 to SPO E123218, and I'm interested in page 205 in the English, and I believe it's the same in the Serbian. Tell me when it's up. So the question by the SPO to you, as a forester, did you wear a uniform? Your answer was yes. Question, was it a different uniform from the police uniform? Of course, ours is green color. Question, is the uniform the same as the Army uniform? It is different. Our forest uniforms are green, and the Army's uniform is an olive green color. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers?
Da.
Yes.
Go through, when you're walking around in your green uniform, you could come in possession of information that was important to the Serb authorities concerning, for instance, actions of the KLA or the position of the civilian population. Isn't that right?
Ne, nikakve informacije.
No, I did not provide any information to anyone.
A comment by
Ja sam bio zadužen da
Because I was responsible for keeping the forest so there would be no illegal logging going on. Because there was quite a lot of logging up there in the woods.
of an SPO witness of an individual you mentioned this morning, Nuruddin Ibishi, and I would like to go to SPO E 000888341.
Ne.
Yes, that is my testimony. I did not.
Witness that when
Ja
the
samo jedno pitanje.
Just one question, please. I reported to the Serbian authorities that sand was being taken away in civilian trucks in Baigora, and that they were preparing some sort of bunkers until they accepted that, and I never went there again to report anything.
Serb authorities that the civilians, and I'll read back what you said. I reported to the Serbian authorities that sand was being taken away in civilian trucks in Baigora and that they were preparing some sort of bunkers. So when did you report this information concerning the building of bunkers?
Pa to je u početku.
Well, that was in early 1998.
Before you were arrested on the 2nd of August, you had already told the Serb authorities that sand was being taken out in civilian trucks so that the Kosovo Albanians could build, what, trenches, is that right? Oh, bunkers, I should say. Is that right?
Dobro ste, tačno je.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were arrested during this period of time, and you do know that the KLA or the civilians were building bunkers, you do know that a war was taking place in the area between the KLA and the Serb authorities, didn't you?
Ja znao sam od
Yes. I had heard it from my colleagues, other foresters who were Albanians by ethnicity.
Time of war on the 2nd of August, you had already provided information concerning the building of bunkers by the KLA, and you are walking through the forest with a green uniform and you have a weapon. Is that about right?
jeste, ali oružje.
Yes, but each forester had the weapon from the first day. Both Serbs and Albanians who were foresters were in possession of weapons.
You mentioned, and we will get into it in a little bit, you mentioned in response to some questions by my colleague at the SPO that he showed you a statement from the 26th of September of 1998 that was put together by a police officer named Zlatomir Zimic. Do you remember that?
Tu izjavu ja nisam napisao.
I did not write that statement. I never gave a statement. Because on the following day, that was on the 26th. On the 27th, it was in the papers that I had escaped from the KLA and, I don't know, all sorts of things. Whereas at the time, I was not even conscious of my own conditions, let alone that I could give a statement. I didn't give any kind of statement at all.
You did, in fact, go to the police station on the 26th of September of 1998, did you not?
Jeste.
Yes. But I didn't. They drove me there because I couldn't even walk. A bus took me to the police station.
Zlatomir Simic that you told Zlatomir Simic that the KLA was building bunkers, didn't you? On the 26th of
Ali to
September?
sam... Ne.
No. On the 26th, I didn't tell him that. We argued. I had told him that before, perhaps 2 or 3 months earlier, that bunkers were being built.
Mention to the statement you gave to the SPO, and this is ERN number 070629, Part 2, English translation, page 16, 13 to 14. The Serbian is the same ERN number, Part 2, page 5, 12 to the 18, and the Albanian is the same ERN number, Part 2, page 6, 3 to 14. Your Honor, we might not want to put this in the public screen because it does mention the individual's name, but if it's okay to mention the witness's name,
It is not.
then if I can just read it and just eliminate that part of it has his name. Tell me when that's up.
Your Honor, for the record, that was assigned Exhibit P 193.2.
Thank you. And let me read this to you, witness. And this is a question that was asked of you by the SPO. Do you recall, speaking to you, sir, speaking to a Serbian police officer in Podijevo police station on or about the 26th September 1998, and in particular to the commander of the Podijevo police, Zlatomir Zimic? Answer, on the 26th, question, 26 September 1998. Answer, I came to the police station and I told him he was not a human being, he was a dog. Question, who are you referring to? About the commander. Because I told him what was going on over there and that they were building bunkers and everything, and he threw me out of the office. Did you say that, withdrawn. Were you asked those questions by the SPO, and did you give those answers?
Samo
Just what you read out, that he was not a human being and that he threw me out, this I told him, and I did not provide anything further. Nothing further than that.
The SPO, in questions by the SPO, that because I told him what was going on over there, that they were building bunkers and everything. Did you tell Simic on the 26th of September that the KLA was building bunkers?
ne.
No. Not then, no.
Nije čovjek,
I just told him that he was not a human being and that it was a pity that he was a commander in the police.
Testimony of yours was taken and you were advised to tell the truth. Are you telling this court that when you told the SPO, in conversations with the SPO, that I told him what was going on over there and that they were building bunkers and everything, when you told the SPO that, you were not telling the truth? Is that what you're telling this court?
ali ja sam to govorio
But I said that before I was detained, about 3 months earlier, that it had to do with bunkers, and not on the 26th, to this commander.
That's unfortunately, witness, that's not what you told the SPO in this interview. This interview says that when you were released on the 26th and you went to the police station the same day, you told the police that the KLA were building bunkers. Correct?
nije tačno.
No, that's not correct.
Tvrdim da nije tačno.
I claim that it's not correct.
Also claim that this entire interview with the police officer Simic, that you did not speak to him at all that day?
Pa nisam ni mogao.
I couldn't have talked to him.
E 00123-186 to 123-289. I'm sorry, I think that's the wrong number. It is U002-3926-3928. And it's the same ERN number and page in Serbian. Is that the right? So this is, if we can just scroll through this, if we may. And this is I believe, a 3-page statement concerning the details about your arrest, etc. We can go to page 2. And the next page. So this almost, 2.5 pages, almost 2.5-page statement that Officer Simic says that he obtained from you. Where did he get this information? If he didn't get it from you?
Ne, taj komandir od mene.
No, the commander did not receive this from me, because on the following day, I repeated that. The following day it was in the papers that I had escaped from the KLA, and I did not. I received a document stating the period of time that I spent in detention, and I never gave that to this commander, Mr. Simic, no.
You have any idea?
Eto, ne znam.
That I don't know. I don't know where he got that information. I couldn't know that. And how come that in the same paper it was stated that I had escaped? How could I have escaped when I was unable to walk? I was released with a document stating that, but I don't know where and how and what this commander received.
That you didn't tell him about the bunkers. Well, let us turn our attention on this document to page.
Ma ja sam njemu govorio prije.
I did tell him that earlier, about 3 or 4 months previously, before I was detained.
One of the previous pages, and I believe we're on 28, 3927 to 3928. One goes into the next. I think it's the bottom of the page. Officer Simic writes, in conversation with you, and talking about the KLA, when asked how many of them there were according to his estimation and which weapons they had, he, meaning you, answered that there were about 30 policemen in dark blue uniforms with black circles who treated him fairly, and more than 1,000 members in green camouflage uniforms. As for the weapons, he can confirm that 1 in 10 had a light machine gun with ammunition belts, most probably a 7.9 millimeter PM, it's a light machine gun, 20 to 30 mortars, heavy machine guns, meaning 12.7 millimeter, about 7 of them, and over 100 handheld rocket launchers, which he wasn't able to describe. And he also mentioned he had received a recoilless gun. Did you tell Mr. Simic about all that weaponry?
To tačno nije.
That's not correct. I did not tell that to Simic at all.
That's in the report that Simic has, you didn't tell him, right? Is that what you're saying?
To uopšte nije tačno.
That is not correct at all, what's written there. What Simic stated, the commander.
Were there, in fact, 30 policemen?
To ne znam, bilo ih je...
I don't know, there may have been even more than that. I couldn't have counted them.
Were there 1,000 members in green camouflage uniforms?
Pa bilo ih je dosta.
Well, there were many soldiers there. I don't know that. As for the number, I was unable to count them all, how many of them were there and what else was there.
By the state security on the 29th of September, didn't you give them the same exact numbers of 30 policemen and approximately 1,000 soldiers?
U septembru.
In September.
September the 29th.
Excuse me.
Your Honors, I believe we are referring to the statement of the 1st of October.
No, 29th.
Go ahead.
Is that right, sir? Did you give them the same numbers of 1,000 KLA members and 30 policemen?
To se ne sjećam.
I don't remember that.
112054 to 1120.
I don't remember that.
I'm looking at, we can go to the first page first, and then we'll move to the operative page. I do not believe that there is a Serbian translation of this. If I can just correct one thing, the conversation is on the 29th, and the report is on the 1st. But the conversation, I stand corrected, and in that respect, you're correct.
Thank you.
My thanks. So, sir, this is a report that's 1 October for a conversation that you had on the 29th. And if I can go to page 112057. Now, you did, in fact, give this information to the Serb authorities, right? Witness?
A šta sam izneo srpskim vlastima?
What did I say to the Serbian authorities?
Give this statement to the Serb authorities, did you not?
Ali šta sam dao u toj izjavi?
But what did I provide in the statement?
The statement that's before you. If you go to the first page again, please. This is the statement where you didn't mention Latif Gashi or Nuruddin Abishi. Do you recall being asked those questions by the SPO?
Kako tužilac, možda mi ponovite se.
Excuse me, what about the SPO? Could you please repeat that?
Document that was talked to you this morning by the SPO, and did you not acknowledge that you had given this statement to the Serb authorities on the 29th? This is dated the 1st, but on the 29th, is that right?
Da.
Yes.
If we can go to 112057. And you noted, you said, from what I could see, there were approximately 1,000 KLA members and over 30 policemen. The policemen wear different uniforms and black shirts, and they are currently staying at Popovo Village in a school near the Potok hamlet. Did you tell the authorities that, the Serb authorities that on the 29th?
Da, to sam izjavio, ali
Yes, I did state that, but I had come to a degree. I was feeling somewhat relieved, somewhat better, and I could focus better.
You gave the Serb authorities the same number of policemen, 30, and the same number of KLA members that Simic has listed in his interview of you on the 26th of September. Is that right?
ja to Simiću nisam rekao.
I did not tell Simic that. Now, where did Simic obtain that information, I don't know. And this I did say. And as for Simic, I don't know where he got it.
It's fair to say that as soon as you could witness, you gave the Serb authorities troop strength, weaponry strength, and where their positions were as soon as you possibly could. Isn't that right?
What do you mean that I mentioned this, that I stated this? At what time? I didn't quite get your question.
Accurate witness, and I'll repeat it again. Anytime you don't understand, just let me know, and I'll do my best to repeat it so you do. Isn't it accurate that right after you were released, you were informing Serb authorities of troop strength, weapon strength, and positions, in addition to defensive positions, and here, where the KLA troops were garrisoned? You say here in Popovo Village in a school near Potok Hamlet. You were telling them all of that information right after you were released, weren't you?
Ne, tada ne.
No, not at that time. That was later. I said that later, not at this time, because I was unable to say these things then or to know them.
Do agree with us that the statement that's on the screen now that you gave on the 29th, you did in fact give it to the Serb authorities on the 29th of September, didn't you?
Jesam dao.
Yes, I did. Yes,
Jesam dao.
I did.
When you were in custody, there were some questions about whether or not you were involved with various members of the Serbian apparatus, and I'm talking about Mika Jovic, Tomislav Petrovic, and others, right?
Ne, ne, nikak.
No, I had no contact with them. I didn't have any contacts with anyone while I was detained.
But you were asked questions about those individuals by the questioners, the KLA questioners, right?
Tačno je, Ljativ.
That's correct. Latif Gashi interrogated me and he asked about Mića Petrovic. He was a man who worked for Pristina State Security, DB, and he told me then that on the first occasion they would assassinate him, and I believe they killed him in September or October. I believe he was killed in October.
And one of the individuals that you were in custody with was an individual by the name of Sabit Berisha, right?
Tačno.
That's correct.
custody with someone by the name of Sabit Krasniqi, were you?
Ne.
No, no, let me explain. There were other people later, but nobody talked with me. They were not allowed to while we were detained.
Understood. But from your knowledge, Sabit Berisha was an informant for the Serb authorities as well, wasn't he?
Tako je reč, tako je.
That's what they said that he had been. That's correct. Now, whether he was or wasn't, I don't know, but it was stated there that he had been an informant or that he cooperated with the Serbian police. But whether that's correct or not, I don't know. I can't claim either way. And it was also said, Berisha told me that they had found some documents coming from some generals in Belgrade, but I don't know what was written there exactly. I don't know that.
That Officer Zimic calls him, quote, an informer of ours? An informer of ours when talking about Sabit Berisha? And that's at the same document at page...
To ne znam.
I'm sorry?
Ne
I
znam.
don't know about that. I don't know.
Now, you did mention this issue concerning Sabit Berisha, that Berisha had documents concerning, when they searched Sabit Berisha's house, he had documents concerning Serb generals in Belgrade, is that right?
Da, to mi on.
Yes, he said so himself. He told me so.
And these Serb generals were people he was working with, wasn't it?
Pa ne znam.
Well, I don't know. He said that they had found it, but whether he worked with them or not, I don't know. But he was probably working with them since he was arrested, as he was arrested.
The person that you talked to us about was Fadil Suljevic, is that right?
Da.
Yes.
You told us this morning, and this is at page 35, line 16 to 18. Now, whether Fadil was also taken prisoner or was just put among us so he could question us, that's something I could not really confirm. Do you recall stating that this morning?
Da.
Yes.
Fadil Suljevic came back to see you after he left with, what, a KLA uniform on?
On je otišao
He left on the 27th of August. And on the morning of the 28th, he came. He was wearing a uniform. He came to say goodbye to me, and he said that he would help me to get released.
And he was wearing what you believed was a KLA uniform, right?
Pa on mi je rekao da
Well, he said that he would join the KLA. That's what he told me, Fadil Suljevic.
As you look back at that, you don't know whether Suljevic, when he was talking to you, was telling you the truth or was actually just trying to get information from you. Is that right?
to ne mogu da potvrdim.
I can't confirm that. I don't know if it's correct or not.
So let's move ahead to your interview. So on the 29th of September, and I believe it's in the report of the August, You note that, and you can put this back up on the screen, 12054 to 12058 at page 157. So, you say from what I could see, there were approximately 1,000 KLA members, over 30 policemen. Policemen will wear different uniforms and black shirts. They're currently staying at Papapo Village in a school near Potok. The soldiers and officers wear the same uniforms, which are the most part sewn in a factory. Sewn in a factory in Bare Village, Kosovova Mitrovica SO. Their commanders do not have ranks, but everyone knew who was who, and hierarchy was strictly adhered to. I know for a fact that one of the commanders was Velika Rika. Now, in addition to giving them the Serbs this information, could you elaborate further on the building of trenches and bunkers?
Ne, jer ja
No, because I never went. I was never taken to dig whatever. The other prisoners were taken there, detainees, who hadn't been beaten. Berisha and I could not go to dig out these bunkers, and I don't know who did dig and what was done there.
In fact, the KLA was digging bunkers?
jesam.
Yes, yes.
The location of where these armed forces were, didn't you?
Da.
Yes.
When you were in custody with the KLA, you were accused of disrupting the KLA uprising for giving them information, giving the Serb authorities information, weren't you?
Ne, to nije tačno. Da sam i
No, that's not true. I did not inform on anyone. I was just a forester and I looked after the forest. I didn't care about who was what.
Did you not tell the SPO several days ago that when asked to clarify whether he was accused of disrupting the armed uprising of the Albanians, you confirmed this was the allegation put to him, but it was false? Was that allegation put to you by the KLA?
tačno je.
That's right. That's right, that they accused me of being a spy, that I was spying, but that's not what I was doing.
But you did give all of this information to the Serb authorities concerning troop strength, troop placement, defensive positions, and where, in fact, these soldiers were being garrisoned or being headquartered. Did you not?
To sam dao po...
I provided that information after my detention, after I was released.
Osman Sinani, and you told us that he was reportedly working with the Serbs, is that right?
To je reče...
That's what was said, but I don't know whether that's a fact. He was a teacher. Although I knew him, he patroned Serbian cafes just like I did Albanian cafes. But as for that part, whether he worked or cooperated with the Serbs or not, I don't know. I knew Osman Sinani from Podujevo. He was, when I was transferred from Bare to Bajgora, I was put in his room where Osman Sinani was and Suljevic, where they were. And he asked me, once I was taken there and brought into the room, he asked me, "Are you still alive?" Because it was said in Bulku that I had been killed. But at that moment, they took him out to interrogate him. I don't know what happened. Suljevic was taken out. And an hour later, Suljevic was brought back into this room, and I was taken to another room where Sabit Berisha was and 5 or 6 other men. I don't know where they had been brought from, 5 or 6 more detainees.
Osman Sinani to the forest. You have no information that Osman Sinani was shot in the forest, do you?
Tu su dve varijante.
There are 2 versions there. There were shots fired. I didn't see that he was killed, but Vadir Suljevic confirmed this a few days after his absence from the room. And I don't know whether he worked for KLA, but he confirmed that the other one had been killed, beaten by Poles to death. And this was some 500, 600 meters away from where we were, where we lay. There was a big oak tree there, and he showed me, he pointed to this tree and said that that's where he had been tied and shot to death.
Put to you to witness the fact that there has been a forensic analysis on Osman Sinani's body and that he was not killed by a gunshot wound. Are you aware of that?
Kako nisam...
Excuse me, can you repeat it? I didn't get it.
Evidence that the forensic analysis by the Serb authorities reflect that Osman Sinani was not killed by a gunshot wound. Are you aware of that?
Pa zato mi je rekao da je ubijen.
Well, that's why Vadir Suljevic told me that he had been killed, beaten to death by Poles, not that he had been shot. He was beaten to death.
This is the same Fadil that you talked about on page 35 this morning in the transcript in 16, where you're not sure whether Fadil was also taken prisoner or was just put among us so that he could question us. That's the same Fadil, right?
To nisam... Isti čovjek.
Yes, it's the same man. The same man.
The SPO that Fadil Suljevic didn't tell you what happened to Osman Sinani? Do you recall that?
Ne.
No. No, I don't.
I cut you off. I'm sorry if I did. I apologize for that, Judge. I didn't mean to cut him off, but I might have just a bit. Did you finish your answer, sir?
Ne. Samo nastavi.
Yes, you can go on.
To 07069 in the English page, part 1, page 2115 and 19, and in the Serbian, same ERN number, part 1, page 19, 21 to 25. Albanian, same ERN number, part 1, page 21, 19 to 25. This is a question and answer between you and the SPO. Answer. So I talked with Suljevic. Suljevic said he didn't know anything. We're talking about Osman Sinani, by the way. So I talked with Suljevic. Suljevic said he didn't know anything about him, even though Suljevic did know everything. Question, about Osman Sinani? Answer, he knew everything. Question, did he tell you what had happened to Osman Sinani? Answer, no. He just said he's gone. Will you ask those questions and did you give those answers to the SPO in your interview with them?
To se ne sećam da sam...
I don't remember that I provided that kind of statement, but I know that Suljevic, in other words, 4 to 5 days later in Baigura, he said that he was gone, talking about Osman Sinani, and then he said he must have been beaten to death by Poles.
The statement that you made to the SPO a couple of days ago and here today about Sinani beaten with poles was made to you by someone who may have been an informant and may have not, right? I'm talking about Fadil Suljevic.
Samo Suljević je potvrdio.
Only Suljevic confirmed it.
What I'm saying to you is that what you say Suljevic told you was told by someone, Fadil Suljevic, that you don't know if he was actually telling you the truth, right?
Pa odakle znam, prvo...
Well, how should I know? First of all, I don't know if he was taken prisoner or whether he was just planted there to question us. But I know for sure he told me, and that's guaranteed, that he had been killed with poles. And Suljevic also gave me a sweater, and I still have it to this day. I've kept it in order to remember him. Because I was cold, I didn't have anything to wear, and he actually presented it as a gift to me, Fadil.
But witness, when you were interviewed by... I'm sorry, when you were interviewed by the SPO on 4 December 2019, and I believe that is in the SPO interviews, you were asked point blank, did Suljevic, in talking about Suljevic, did he tell you what had happened to Osman Sinani? And you answered no. He just said he's gone. Will you ask that specific direct question by the SPO, and did you answer that Suljevic did not tell you what happened to Osman Sinani? Will you ask that question, and did you give that answer?
Ja znam da sam...
I know that I said that he had told me that Sinani had been killed with poles. And I can tell you the statement was the statements from 2009, they do not exist. All the transcripts from the hearings, the trial that was held in 2009, had disappeared somehow, and that's in the papers. I think you have those papers too. So the earlier transcripts of earlier trials do not exist. The papers have disappeared. And I can also tell you that I did not trust a lot those interpreters and translators. The statement that I just read to you, that did
Suljevic tell you what happened to Osman Sanani? And you answered, no, he just said he's gone. This is a statement that you made in 2019, not 2009, 2019, to the SPO. That's what I just read to you about Suljevic saying he didn't tell you what had happened to Osman Sanani. It wasn't you, Lex. It wasn't UNMIC. It is a statement that you made to the SPO in 2019. Now, that statement that you made to the SPO says nothing about being beaten by Poles, does it?
Ne, toga se ja ne sećam.
No, I don't remember. I don't recall that.
2000.
I don't recall that. 2019.
Evidence this court has heard is that Osman Sanani was killed in a Serb bombing attack in Bajgora in September of 1998. Are you aware of that?
Ne.
No.
Session, because I need to just refer to a witness that had been testifying in private session.
We will go into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Go ahead.
So is your testimony here that there was no shelling by Serb forces on Baigora in September of 1998? Is that your testimony?
Ne, ja to ne znam da je
No, I don't know. I'm not aware of the Serbian authorities doing any shelling then. No, I just know that there was a war in 1999. So I don't see how the Serbian authorities could have done any shelling in 1998.
Our attention to, I believe it is Exhibit P00167, if we could put that on the screen. Now, sir, this is the document that you had been discussing with the SBO that had been given to you by Latif Gashi, is that right?
da.
Yes.
I think you told us in various conversations with individuals while you were in detention that Latif Gashi was the main one, if I can use your words, of the KLA. Is that right?
Tačno je.
That's right.
Gashi, according to you, was the main organizer of the maltreatment as well as the interrogations. Is that right?
Tačno je.
That's right.
Interrogated by Latif Gashi. Is that right?
Da.
Yes.
Gashi in several locations, right?
Da.
Yes.
Photo out of a photo lineup, right? Right?
Da.
Yes.
He provided the release papers to you that giving you the conditions for your release. Is that right?
Tačno je.
That's right.
About all of this information concerning Latif Gashi 3 times before both the UNMIC courts and the Pristina District Court, didn't you?
Da.
Yes.
Was convicted, wasn't he?
Da.
Yes.
He.
Da.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, witness.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Your Honor, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Roberts?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
I do, Your Honour. Just a moment.
Go ahead.
Witness, could I first of all show you exhibit 194 and page 17 of that exhibit, which I think has the reference ERN SPOE 00209-239. Now, I think it's right, isn't it, that in February 2000 you were being treated for depression. Is that correct?
Tačno.
That's correct.
And reading from the first substantive paragraph of this document, it says you were admitted to the neuropsychiatric ward because of worsening of the basic illness, brackets, bad mood, insomnia, loss of appetite, increased forgetfulness, vegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Vidim.
I do.
Prior to February of 2000, you were already suffering symptoms including forgetfulness, but that had got worse at about that time, correct?
Tačno je.
Correct.
And are those amongst the psychological symptoms that you confirmed are ongoing today?
Da.
Yes.
Thank you. Could I then have back on screen U002 3926? And the English translation is U002 3926 ET. Now, this is the document written by Mr. Simic, which Mr. Kehoe was showing to you a moment ago. Is it still your position that you didn't give a statement to Mr. Simic? Or as I think you said to the prosecution this morning, if you did, you only spoke to him for about half a minute?
Ništa nisam ja dao.
I didn't give any of that statement, and I still claim that I may have talked to him for about 1 minute. I did not give any other statement to Mr. Simic.
If we could just look through it together then. The second paragraph there, which begins on the 2nd of August 1998, are you able to see that in the Serbian? Is it right that you were detained on the 2nd of August 98 near a place called Dobra Voda?
Da.
Yes.
To je od Dobre vode možda 500.
It may be about 500 meters away from Dobra Voda, in the forest, and that was where I was taken prisoner at Dobra Voda. Arrested, I mean.
And if we go down to the next paragraph, it's correct, isn't it, that you say you were asked questions about individuals including Tomislav Petrovic and Mika Jovic? Those two individuals are individuals you say you were asked questions about during your detention, correct?
Da.
Yes, yes, correct. Micha Jovic used to work in the DB, and Tomislav worked as a policeman in Lužane.
Is that information that you gave to Mr. Simic on the 26th of September 1998?
Ne, nisam.
No, I did not. I never had any contacts with Simic.
Struggling with witnesses, where else could he have got the information from that you were asked questions about those two individuals, if not from you yourself?
Ne znam, odakle.
I don't know where he got it from. I really don't know that.
I see. And just two questions about Sabit Berisha. He was an individual that you thought had formerly been a teacher, is that right?
Da.
Yes, right.
And you thought he was from the village of, and I apologize for pronouncing this wrongly, Konjuševac?
Konjuševci.
Konjuševci, yes.
Then could we go on to the second page of that document, please? The second paragraph there, which begins after some time, if you could take a moment to read that to yourself.
Ne znam šta treba da
I don't know what I'm expected to answer and to what question.
Is it correct there was an incident when you were in Madjan's village where a helicopter and a rocket launcher fired at the building where you were standing in front of?
Da.
Yes.
And the final paragraph on that page, please. There's a reference there, I think, to Fadil Sulovic giving you a knitted sweater, which you put on. Is that right, that Fadil Sulovic gave that to you?
Tačno je.
That's right. I'm keeping it to this day.
And with all of those details in this document, are you still maintaining you didn't give an interview to Mr. Simic on the day of your release?
Tvrdim I danas.
Yes, I maintain it to this day.
Could we have the final page of that document, which is UO02 3928? It says during the interview, and I won't read the name, would occasionally become overpowered by emotions, have tears in his eyes and cry. In essence, he's rather exhausted and drained, but also rather composed. Were you rather composed when you spoke to Mr. Simic on the 26th of September, 1998?
A nisam uopšte razgovarao sa...
No, I did not talk with Simic at all.
To nije tačno da sam...
It's not correct that I did.
Then, final series of questions. We've had a number of new medical documents, which I think you provided on Friday when you met with the prosecution. And one of those was an expert report, a forensic report, which I think you said was for the court in Nice. Do you recall that document? You're nodding. Was that yes?
Jeste upravo. To je sudska medicina.
Yes, that's right. That's a forensic report from Niš.
Was that document prepared?
To je tražio suda...
The court from Prokuplje requested that. Whether I still had a medical condition or whether I was healthy.
In connection with what proceedings? Did they need a medical report?
To se vodilo zato što...
It was because Serbia Šume, Enterprise, and Kosovo were on trial, and the lawyer requested this so that I would receive compensation, and that's why a forensic expert report was requested.
Is that the only compensation claim you've been involved with in Serbia connected with these incidents?
Mislite na sudsku medicinu?
You mean in terms of forensic medicine?
You've claimed compensation in Serbia and on any other occasions in connection with the events of August and September 1998?
Ne, ja sam...
No, in 1998, because Kosovo was still part of Serbia, and Serbia Šume was in charge there. It was still in their jurisdiction.
And did you receive compensation as a result of those proceedings that you've been describing?
Dobio sam nešto malo.
Yes, I did a little bit.
200.000.
200,000.
200,000 what?
Dinara.
Dinars.
And when did you receive that, please?
Pa ne znam, to je negdje...
Well, I don't know. It was at some point around 2004, 2005, thereabouts. I'm not certain about the exact date.
And the last question, I think, is identifying. So could we move into private session, Your Honours?
Private session to protect the witness or other individuals. We're adjourned till 2:30.
Known as we're in public session. All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Before beginning this afternoon, I have a short oral order on a procedural matter. I direct that the SBO to provide to the panel, the parties and the participants, a list of the next 12 witnesses from the list of the first 40 witnesses, and to file that by Friday, June 30th, 2023 at 4 p.m. In addition to the list of 12 scheduled witnesses, the SBO will also provide a list of 5 backup witnesses in projected order of appearance, also out of the list of 40. The list should be in full compliance with paragraph 74 of the Order on Conduct of Proceedings. By Friday, 7 July 2023 at 4 p.m., the Defense and Victims Counsel will provide information required by paragraph 76 of the Order on Conduct of Proceedings. This includes my oral order. We have some questions from the judges. We'll begin with Judge Gaynor. We got to have a witness, though. Please bring him in. Are you ready, witness?
Да.
Yes.
We'll start down here at this end from Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. Witness, how well do you understand?
Good afternoon.
Pa malo sam nekad znao, sad
Well, I used to know it a bit a long time ago, but now I've forgotten most of it. It's over 25 years ago that I've spoken it. I could speak a little bit before, but now barely anything.
When Latif Gashi spoke to you, did he generally use the Serbian language?
strogo na srpskom.
Yes, exclusively Serbian.
You spoke to others in the Albanian language. Were you able to follow the conversation usually?
Pa nisam mogao da znam, ne,
Well, I couldn't really follow, just a little bit. If there was something that had to be done or something to that effect, otherwise, no.
Now, while you were in detention in Bale and Baigore, were you able to distinguish between soldiers and military police?
jeste.
Yes, the police had black uniforms, whereas the army had camouflage gray uniforms.
Were you able to tell who controlled access to detainees at Bale and Baigore? Specifically, was it the soldiers or was it the military police?
Pa mogo je vojna policija.
The military police guarded us.
Turn now to two shooting incidents. First, the shooting of Osman, shooting involving Osman Sinani, and then the shooting involving the three Albanian men. Turning to the first incident today, at page 26 for the other participants, you said, quote, "When Sinani and I were taken out of the woods for execution, Sinani was tied to one tree and I was tied to another tree. Our arms were tied. And I heard when they asked, 'Are you going to admit that you had cooperated with the Serbs?' And he said, no, he had never cooperated with them." End of quote. Now, were the persons who took you to the woods soldiers or military police?
Vojnici.
Soldiers.
What language were they addressing Sinani?
Pa više nas
It was more in Serbian in order to intimidate me and compel me or coerce me to confess. They mainly or predominantly spoke in Serbian.
Sinani, what language did they speak?
više na srpskom.
Well, predominantly Serbian, so that I would hear what they were saying and get frightened when they were threatening that they would kill him. So they predominantly spoke in Serbian so that I would get frightened and admit that I had been an agent.
What did you hear?
Jedan.
One.
Your blindfold was removed. Was it daytime or nighttime?
Noć.
It was nighttime.
How far was the tree that Sinani was tied to from the tree that you were tied to?
Pa možda metar.
Perhaps a meter. They were a meter apart approximately.
You've stated previously that the shooting of Sinani might have been a fake execution. My question is this: are you aware of other fake executions carried out by the KLA?
To ne znam.
I wouldn't know anything about that. I wouldn't know if they did the same thing with the others.
You told us that Suljevic said to you that Sinani, quote, "must have been beaten to death by Poles," unquote. Do you recall that evidence?
Jeste, kako ne.
Yes, of course I do.
Did you say that he was present when Sinani was beaten by Poles?
Ne, to mi ništa nije rekao.
No, he didn't say anything about that. He only said that he knows that Sinani had been beaten to death with poles. That's Suljevic told me that.
Did Suljevic tell you how he knew that Sinani had been beaten to death using poles?
Toga ja nisam.
Well, I didn't ask him about that. I didn't dare, because I didn't know whether he was a detainee or whether he was planted there so he could find out information from us. So I wouldn't know about that.
Your own conclusion that Sinani was beaten to death using poles, or that he was shot dead after he was tied to a tree?
Moj lični zaključak
My personal conclusion is that he was beaten to death with poles because I spoke with his brother after the war.
I taj leš je
And his body was sent, or his brother received his body so that he could bury him. I don't know if you understood what I answered to this question.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So, in your view, Sinani was acting when he slumped to the bottom of the tree after you heard the shots discharged, or the shot discharged.
pa tako nešto.
Something like that.
I want to move now to...
Ili su mu oni naredili
Either they or perhaps they ordered him to do that in order to frighten me, the soldiers who fired at him.
I want to move now to the second incident, the shooting of the 3 Albanian men, I believe. First of all, could you clarify, how did you know that the 3 were Albanian?
pa nije bilo ni jednog Srbina.
There were no Serbs. I was the only one. I was the only Serb who had been detained. All the others were Albanian.
They were detainees.
Pa oni su i sused.
I heard stories from the other detainees that these were their friends and that the interpreter requests that the witness repeat his answer. So I was the only Serb that was arrested. There were no other Serbs there.
About the other detainees. You heard stories from the other detainees that these were their friends and that. You said something there which the interpreter didn't catch.
Ništa.
Well, nothing really. Nothing. I was just waiting for the moment when I too would be killed. I didn't say anything else. I did not dare say anything else to anyone else because you are not allowed to talk there. You had to keep quiet.
The 3 Albanians, were they all tied to one tree or were they each tied to a separate tree?
Ne.
No. They were each tied separately.
Were you yourself tied to a tree at the time of this incident?
Da.
Yes. Apologies. I was just brought there. They were slumped. I was tied, and then they fired another 3 shots. Now, whether they had shot at them, I don't know because I was blindfolded. But when we got there, they were slumped.
You could see that they were slumped only after they removed your blindfold. Is that right?
Tačno.
That's correct.
Were the persons who I believe were wearing balaclavas, who brought you to that location, were they soldiers or military police?
Vojnici.
Soldiers.
Nas je samo
The police only guarded us where we were in these camps, where we were kept there. The police guarded us, and otherwise the military really handled us.
After the blindfold was removed, could you see each of the 3 bodies?
Video sam, ali
I could see, but it was really not very clear. It was as through a gauze or mist. He said, "Look, Serb, this is how you will end up too." I looked, and then they blindfolded me again.
Movement from any of the three bodies?
ne.
No,
Once again, I understand from your evidence, Suljevic told you that these men were not shot dead, but were in fact beaten to death. Is that correct?
To ne znam.
I don't know about that. Yes, Suljevic did say that, but I don't know if they were shot to death or beaten to death. I cannot confirm as far as they're concerned. There were 3 shots fired, they were slumped, but whether they had been shot or not, I don't know.
You said that in your statements, you said that the weapon used was an automatic weapon. Is that right?
Tačno.
That's right.
As an automatic weapon or as single shots?
Ne, jedan po jedan.
No, single shots, one by one. One time, second time, third time.
Say that he himself had seen those 3 men being beaten to death.
Ne.
No, I didn't even ask him about that. No, he didn't say anything. I told you once that I was not allowed to talk with anyone unless someone addressed me. Otherwise, I would just keep quiet. Because, as I mentioned about Suljevic, I wasn't sure whether they were detainees or whether they were there just to suss us out, to question us, and we couldn't really talk. The other men, they were mostly younger men. They couldn't speak Serbian, I couldn't speak Albanian, so that's how it was. We just kept quiet.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Witness, this morning you were asked about an incident where you said you were taken before what you understood to be a court-martial, and there was a person who was referred to as a judge. Do you remember these questions?
Da.
Yes.
You can't remember the exact date of the incident, and of course it's understandable, but are you able to put it relative to the time when you were released? Was it close before the time of your release on the 26th of September? Was it long before it? Are you able to put any approximate time frame when this would have occurred?
Well, I can. That was perhaps over a month earlier, a month before.
And other than the individual who you referred to as being a judge, do you recall anyone else participating in that process?
Ne, samo
No, there was only one person sitting there.
Was Gashi in any way involved in that process? Was he present? Did he take you there or take you back?
ne, on je
No, he must have ordered it, but he wasn't present. I was taken there by soldiers. He was not present, but it was done on his orders.
zato što je on sve
Because he issued all the orders, and the army, the soldiers, had to obey.
And you also answered question about being taken to the wood with Osman Sinani by the prosecution and now by Judge Gaynor. To your knowledge, was Mr. Sinani ever taken back to his place of detention after that incident in the woods? In other words, did you ever see him again after that occasion?
Ne.
No, no, I did not see him. He was with Suljevic. The two of them were in the same room. He never returned.
Can the registry please bring up what is SPOE 0006813? And what I'm about to show you, sir, is a statement that you gave on the 21st of March of 2011. And if I can ask you to focus on the question, it's more or less the middle of the document. It says, you were asked, do you wish to tell us anything regarding other cases? And there you are recorded as volunteering the following information. Osman Sinani, a teacher from Podujevo, was killed with a pole. Now what I want to ask you is this information that you provided in March of 2011 about the manner in which Mr. Sinani had been killed. Who had you gotten that information from? Is it again information from Mr. Suljevic, or was it from somewhere else?
Ne, od Fadile
No, I learned it from Fadil Suljevic.
And if we can go to another document, that's DHT 00978. That's from the Thaçi defense queue. And if the registry could put to the side another document with ERN U008-1634-U008-1634 ET. That is the same document, and it's the English translation. It's been offered from the bar table.
Excuse me, Judge, just to preserve our objection.
Thank you. Sir, this is it purports to be a press release that is attributed to the office of the KLA General Political Representative. And if we can go perhaps to the very top of the English so that we can correct a mistake. The date is given as the 10th of June 1998, but the original, if we go to the bottom of the Albanian, makes it clear it's the 6th of October of 1998. Now, my first question for you is whether you are aware that following your release and the decision that was given to you by Mr. Latif Gashi about your release was then publicized in the Kosovo media. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was. I was aware. I knew that it was published in the Kosovo media.
That, sir. Was it during the war? Was it afterwards?
Posle rata,
After the war.
su kolege koji
Some colleagues who used to work with me, Albanian colleagues, they came to visit to see how I was doing, and I learned from them.
If I can ask you to look into the second paragraph on that document, it starts with your name and date of birth. And I will, if it's too small, I will simply read you the section I'm interested in. But it says, as was said in the decision of your release, that you tried to resist them by taking out your revolver and pointing it towards the guards.
Now, is that true, sir? When you were arrested on the 2nd of
To
August?
nije tačno.
That is not true. That's not true. I was not able to do it. These were seconds. It's a matter of moments. There were 4 of them. I was one, and I was unable to do it.
Can go to the 4th paragraph. In the English, it starts with the words, "It is worth mentioning." It says at the end of that paragraph that you were released, and I quote, "in very good health to go back home." Now again, was that true, sir?
Ne, nije
No, it's not true.
došao do
I came to the Lushani bridge and I fell. I couldn't continue. I just remember when the driver of the bus got off, the driver of the bus got off the bus. He helped me board the bus, and then he drove me to the police station. That's all I remember. I can't recall anything else.
Assertion in this document that I want to ask you about. It's the same paragraph. It says, and that's the beginning of the paragraph, "It is worth mentioning that during the time you were held in detention, the KLA positions and forces were the target of a severe and broad operation by the Serbian military police forces." Now, what I want to ask you is, while you were detained in Bygor, did any shell fire land at the location where you were being detained?
Ne,
No. No.
gori ne.
Not in Baigora, no.
And did you hear of anyone at that particular location while you were detained there who was injured by a shell or killed by a shell, whether a detainee or a guard? Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Ne.
No. No, I never heard of such a thing.
Yes.
Hvala vam.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much, Judge Schmidt. Good afternoon, witness. I also
Dobar
have a
dan.
few questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Minutes ago, you said in response to a question from my colleague, Judge Gaynor, that you talked to Osman Zinani's brother after the war. Do you remember that?
Jeste, sećaš.
Yes, I remember.
Or can you tell us the first name of Osman Zinani's brother?
To
I can't say.
Recall the name?
ne mogu da se
I can't recall.
Can you recall where and when you met Osman Zinani's brother after the war? In which year, for example? In which city or village?
Sreli smo se u Krušumliji.
We met in Kuršumlija, in the town of Kuršumlija. This was after the war, some 6 or 7 years after the war.
Can you remember what he told you about the death of his brother, of Osman Zinani?
Pa on je,
Well, he knew that I had been detained together with his brother, and he said that his brother had been beaten to death with poles. And your honors, there are things in Pristina there are things that the translator refused to translate fully, and that's why I claim that his brother, well, he got his body after the war and he buried him, so he had been killed with poles, not shot dead.
Je li svi svedoci
Because every witness who testified once never appeared to testify again because they had been threatened and they didn't dare to go and testify again. In those years, I was also threatened, and I had an escort in order to go to testify at trial, and there was not a single Albanian who dared appear as a witness there. Whatever their first statements were that they provided, that was it. And then they said that the first or the second statement that they provided, that they were gone, they did not exist anymore, no record of them. That's what this Italian judge said.
One last question, witness. Did your family try to find out what happened?
Microphone, please.
Sorry, apologize. I repeat my question. One last question for your witness. Did your family try to find out what happened to you during the time of your detention in August and September 1998?
moja porodica je
My family went to Pristina every single day, and they could never learn what had happened with me because it was reported in their newspaper, Bujka killed and thrown into a well. But there were some rumors that I was alive, somebody else said I had been killed, and so on, until the 26th when I appeared.
a porodica je svaku dan
And the family were searching for me every single day.
Which person or to which institution did they go? Do you know that? Your family?
ne znam gde su prišli.
I don't know where they went when they would go to Pristina. I don't know.
No further questions.
Thank
Hvala
you.
lepo.
Any follow-up?
Thank you.
The judge's questions from the SPO? Mr.
No, thank
Laws?
you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Witness, you just noted in response to a question. I'm sorry. Response to a question by Judge Barta, you said that there was not a single Albanian who dared appear as a witness there at the trial. Well, you know that's not true, don't you?
Znam zato što su
I know this because they gave evidence one single time, those witnesses, and then they never reappeared before the court again, those who had been detained. I think that you must have that in your evidence, which witnesses those were. They never reappeared before the court again because they had been threatened that they would be killed if they would reappear.
Testified against Latif, Gashi, and others, and Latif, Gashi, and others were convicted by the court and sent to jail, weren't they?
tako je.
That's right.
By Judge Bartha concerning Mr. Sinani's brother, you told Judge Bartha that you couldn't recall his name. Is that right?
Tako.
Right.
To the SPO several days ago, and I referred to, excuse me, what exhibit is this? 196. And I'm exhibit 190, excuse me, 195, my apologies, we changed the numbering. Paragraph 18, you were asked by the SPO about your relationship with Sinani's brother, and you noted, and I quote, you confirmed that you have a close relationship with Sinani's brother to this day. To this day. That day is the 16th of June, 2023.
Jeste, ja se čujem,
Yes, I'm in contact with him. That's true. We talk on the phone.
ne znam kako se zove.
I don't know his name. I don't know it.
Your Honors, perhaps witness hesitates to give the name because we're in the open session.
Excuse me, there's no speeches here.
Excuse me.
Objection.
Of course. Sorry.
Are you afraid to give his name?
Da.
Yes.
Is it that you don't want to reveal his name in open session?
I ne mogu, i ne znam.
I can't, and I don't know it precisely.
So this person that you got some information from, that you told the SBO several days ago, that with whom you have a close relationship, this person with whom you have a close relationship and you talk on the phone with, you don't remember his name. Is that right?
Ma ne mogu da se setim.
Well, I can't remember. I cannot.
Znam da je iz...
I just know that he's from Murgula. He lives in Berane. That's what I do know. Nothing more than that.
Mr. Strong?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Nothing
Mr.
from me,
Roberts?
Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, just a couple, Your Honour.
All right.
In answer to questions from His Honour Judge Metro, you were shown a document which was SPOE 00006813. And could we have that back on screen? And the original is in Serbian, I think, and the English translation is the same, ERN, but with ET. This was, I think, a statement dated March of 2011. Do you remember giving that statement, witness?
Izjavu sam dali...
I did give a statement, but here it's in Albanian. I did state that Latif Gashi told me that he would kill Mića Jović, Mićko Biočanin, and
I dok sam bio za...
and when I was released, Mića Jović was assassinated about 10 days after that, after my release. He used to work for the DB. And Haki Hoti from Bradaš was also killed, and he also used to work at the DB in Pristina. He was killed while I was detained. He told me about him as well, and they were killed. Now, who killed him, I wouldn't know.
Part of that, you were asked there, do you want to add anything else regarding your case? And you said there, I would like to add this thing done by ULEX is a disgrace. I received only 5,000 euros in compensation. Do you recall saying that in March 2011, witness?
Kako, nisam razumio...
Sorry, I have not understood your question.
Well, I was reading you the last paragraph.
Ovdje je sve na albanskom.
Everything's in Albanian here.
Well, let me read the last paragraph. The question that was asked was, do you want to add anything regarding your case? And the answer that's recorded is, I would like to add that this thing done by ULEX is a disgrace. I received only 5,000 euros in compensation. And the question was, do you recall saying that in March of 2011?
Ne.
No. Nor did I ever receive those funds. Never.
Nikada ja taj novac nisam dobio.
I never got that money.
A to je tačno, Alex,
And it is true that ULEX never wanted to send me the judgments either, nor did they ever provide the money. And there must be some document that would state that I received this money, the 5,000 euros.
Pa ovdje pred mene je sve na...
Well, it's all in Albanian what I have here in front of me. It's not in the Serbian language.
I think we may have a Serbian version. I'm just looking for it.
The witness has a binder before him, and I believe it would be under tab number 9.
Mr. Ellis, does this have something to do with the judge's questions? Because that's what these questions are for.
Yes, it's the document that His Honour Judge Matreau referred the witness to in trigger to the question about Mr. Sinani.
Yeah, but there was no question about the document.
You've already asked that earlier.
He was asked questions about on the basis of this document, and I'm seeking to explore another aspect of the same document, which seems to be a signature that, which seems to be a statement that this witness has provided.
Go ahead.
Do you have the Serbian version of the document there? Witness?
Imam, evo.
I do, yes, here it is.
Is it your signature on it?
Da.
Yes.
Ali taj dokument.
But the document, when I signed it, I received the judgment on that occasion.
Jedino što sam dobio to...
The only thing I got was the last judgment from 2009. I received it in 2010.
Trespass further.
Thank you. Witness, your time here with us is finished. We thank you for your time spent with us and your testimony. The usher will escort you out of the courtroom at this time.
Hvala vam.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honors. Thank you for everything.
For the next witness, do you have a different group of people coming in? All right. We'll take about a 5-minute break. We'll be adjourned for that time period. Madam Court Officer, could you have somebody let us know when everyone's ready for us? Thank you.
Your Honor, can I briefly raise one last issue before we move to the next witness? My apologies. We discussed during the previous session the medical documentation, the new documentation, and I've been informed that the documentation in English version and the original have been added to the presentation queue. So it was previously marked for identification only.
Yes, Your Honor, those were not assigned a number, but they will receive number P196.
We will probably rule on those by tomorrow.
Your Honour, I apologise. I should have tendered 002323926, which was the document raised in cross-examination of the witness. In my submission, it's needed for understanding of the cross-examination. No, it was in the cross-examination before lunch.
All rise. All rise.
We will now start with hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03811. Before we start, Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session for just a momentary matter.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
And Madam Usher, would you please, or I'm sorry, could you please, gentlemen, bring the witness into the room?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, that's being done right now.
Thank you, Riaz. Good afternoon, witness. Oops, he didn't have his ring. Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear? Say again, can you hear?
Yes.
Your testimony, I will ask you to read the text of this to take pursuant to Rule 141-2 of the rules. You may read it out loud.
Yes. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. Did you understand me?
And you can be seated now.
Your Honor, if I may, confirm to you that present in this room is witness W03811 in the remote location, accompanied by myself, the head of court management unit, and court officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Witness, your testimony, which is expected to last approximately a day and a half. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first and then counsel for the victims. And once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask you questions. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. Victims' counsel will take approximately 15 minutes for questions. The defense estimates that it will need 6 hours. And as regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may also allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will try to clarify it for you. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SPO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone, wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We will begin with the prosecution asking you questions. Mr. Pach, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. We've met before, but I'll introduce myself again. I am James Potch, a prosecutor at the SPO, and I'll be asking you some questions for the next few minutes and tomorrow morning when we resume. Before I ask the presiding judge...
The interpreter could not hear the witness.
Before I ask the presiding judge to move into private session to obtain information to establish your identity, I will note that, as I explained during your preparation session yesterday, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information on, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. To do that, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I'll turn to after establishing your identity. And Your Honor, to do the identity, I request to move to private session briefly.
Madam Court Officer, into private session, please.
Your Honor, we are now in public session.
Go ahead, Mr. Pach.
Thank you. I'd like to call up the following document on our screens. It's not for public broadcast. The ERN is 088951-TR-80 Part 1, Red 2. And just the first page will be enough. Thank you, court officer. Witness, do you see two documents on your screen right now?
I don't understand you. Which documents?
Do you see two documents on your screen?
Yes, I see them. Yes, I have two documents in front of me.
Witness, these two documents, on the left in Albanian, on the right in English, refer to an interview with the SPO in December 2020. Do you remember meeting with members of the SPO in December 2020 and being asked questions about what happened to you and to others in 98 and 99?
I remember a bit that I gave its statement, but this is it. But my statement is in the document, and you have the document.
Court officer, I'd like to call up SITF 000-32742 to SITF 000-32746, Red 2, page 32744. It's in Albanian and no need to call up the English version. And again, this is not for public broadcast. None of the items I will use with the witness today are for public broadcast. Witness, do you now see a different document on your screen?
Yes, I do.
This document in Albanian refers to an interview with Anmik in April 2002. Towards the top right corner, do you see your name written over there? Do not state your name.
Yes,
Your
I can see it.
your signature?
It's my signature.
Thank you, court officer. We can take those down. And witness, do you remember a colleague of mine who was an interpreter yesterday reading prior statements to you?
Yes.
And do you recall that after that, my colleague and myself gave you an opportunity to provide clarifications in relation to the documents the interpreter read to you?
Yes.
And do you recall yesterday that you made a number of clarifications to these prior statements?
Yes. Yesterday I made some clarifications.
And do you recall towards the end of the day yesterday, shortly before we finished, that I read out a note to you which included these clarifications to make sure they accurately reflected what you told us?
Yes, everything was correct.
Now, witness, subject to the corrections in that note that I read out to you yesterday, is the information in your statements that we looked at a little earlier accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge I'm accurate in the statements I gave to the specialist prosecutor's office.
One of the statements I showed you was an unmixed statement. Were you accurate and truthful also when you gave that statement?
Correct. I believe it was correct and it still is.
Now, subject to the corrections you provided yesterday, do the documents I referred you today, the unmixed statement and the SPO statements, accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the events recorded in those statements?
That's true, and whatever I know, I will tell you. And whatever I will tell you will be accurate to the best of my knowledge.
Your Honor, at this stage, I'd like to seek admission of the prior statements, the relevant ERNs of which are the following: 088951-TR-ET, parts 1 to 3, read 2, and the Albanian translations thereof. And the other statement, SITF 000-32742 to SITF 000-32746, read 2, and that includes both English and Albanian. And additionally, I also seek admission of 113604 to 113611, preparation note 1, which contains the clarifications made during the witness preparation session as concerned the proposed Rule 154 statement.
ERN 088951 TRAT Part 1 to Part 3, or to page, I'm sorry, was it Part 1 to Part 3? All right. That's a December 2020 interview. SITF 0032742 through 32746, read 2, plus the clarification notes 113604 to 113611 are all admitted in evidence and will be assigned exhibit numbers.
Your Honor, 088951 TR80 Part 1 will be Exhibit P197. Part 2, sorry, it will be Exhibit P197.1. Part 2 will be P197.2, and Part 3 will be P197.3. Then SITF 000-32742 to SITF 000-32746, read 2, will be Exhibit P198. And the preparatory note 113604 to 113611 will be Exhibit P199.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're in open session. I'd like to move to private session for my supplemental examination in view of this witness's in-court protective measures and the nature of the questions.
Madam Court Officer, please take us into private session for the protection of witnesses and others.
Your Honor, we're now in public session.
We will continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. Mr. Potts, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, just as I mentioned, a very brief request unrelated to the witness, we can be in open session. The SPO requests a 6,000-word extension to a Rule 154 motion we would like to file in the coming days. And this would cover multiple witnesses and avoid the need to make multiple such requests. Prior to me making these submissions or this request, we informed the defense and the victims, and all of them informed us they would not object to that extension. So we kindly ask the panel to grant this 6,000-word extension.
The 6,000, being no objection, the 6,000-word extension is granted. Mr. Ennis, what was Ellis, I'm sorry, what was the number of the exhibit that you offered earlier?
It was U002 3926, I believe. I'll just glance down to check my note. Yes, that's it, Your Honor.
And I assume you are offering it for credibility issues, not for the truth of the matters asserted within it. Is that correct?
Yes, credibility of the witness.
All right. It will be admitted, and a number will be assigned to it.
Your Honour, I just wanted to update that we expect to have 15 minutes at most tomorrow if we do have questions for this witness.
Can you finish? You go ahead and finish up before everybody else interrupts you, including me.
Thank you, Your Honor. U002-3926 to U002-3928 with, excuse me, with all its accompanying translations will be Exhibit 3D2.
All right, so the Vasily defense is going to be about 15 minutes. Mr. Keogh, what about the Thaçi?
3-4 days, Judge. Just kidding. I'll probably be about an hour or so, give or take, maybe a little bit more.
All right. Mr. Tully.
We're down to 10-15 minutes also, Your Honour. I'd just like to note also in relation to the extension of time, we indicated that it may be the case that we seek a similar extension in response to that 154 motion. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ellis? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
No, Your Honour. I anticipate being between 30 minutes to 45 minutes. We've previously indicated 1.5 hours. We won't need that.
And
Your Honour's apologies, if I can correct the numbering, because it was tendered by Krasniqi defense team, it would be 45.
Thank you. Mr. Laws.
To update you as to our time estimate, I think it's very unlikely that we'll ask this witness any questions.
Thank you. And it looks like tomorrow we're going to be finished with this witness, so what's your plan for Wednesday?
Your Honour, as we notified the panel last Thursday, because as you know, every Thursday we need to notify the upcoming witnesses, the witness is available for this week where the 13540 and this witness, once again, as Your Honour alluded to this morning, we're in a situation where we're finishing earlier than anticipated. And again, I do note the quite dramatic reduction in the estimates for cross-examination. It's of course good that we're informed, but being informed just before cross-examination starts does nothing to assist us with planning. I can make further submissions on this, but Your Honour has already ruled and then given certain indications this morning, which of course we take full note of.
So thank you very much. We will understand that. Don't make a lot of plans for Wednesday, though, because we may want to have something of a status conference on Wednesday to discuss this publicity issue that you've all submitted ideas on. So if you're available, we'll be meeting. Anything else? We are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.